Yo, so it's been a rather rainy day, and I believe there might be some storm activity going on outside, so I'm starting the recording here, and I'm going to turn off. Yeah, you can hear it. pretty crazy storm. You have to get a warmer jacket. I'm gonna see if that would see anything in this direction. If I can, I'll bring the other camera. I don't know. I think it's coming from that way. That way. So I don't know if I can capture it from in here as well as what else would. recording time real fast. Okay. Now you know exactly in the video where this is. For me, for my own number. Oh no, I accidentally turned it off. Yo, I accidentally turned this video off, so I'm gonna do this again. I'm gonna go back here. Look exactly. So you know where it is. We will sync this up. Okay. I don't even know how it comes off. I want this one. I'm cold and wet now. But this is maybe one of the best lightning storms, and it might be the best one on the channel. It's definitely up there. So. All right, I'm gonna get the shirt on. It might be good though that happened, because the video ends up being like an hour long, so it'll be easier to put up and process. So I know that here's my point if you're watching on my phone anyway. Like if you're watching my private story on my phone and reacting to it, I'm sure you can see this live. So. if there's some kind of law that's preventing what I'm asking for from happening, at what point do you just say, like, hey, this law is hurting people and it seems to be pissing off Yahweh? I mean, when I was thrown in jail over stupid stuff, and I can see that, I was held there for 4 months, right? I can see that they let out murderers here in Houston on bond more often than they should. And so I look at it like, I said some stuff on YouTube. How am I a bigger threat to society and more focused on by this system than someone who's literally up on murder charges, right? Like, it seems incredibly backwards, right? So here in Houston, asking Houstonians, how is that? I don't think there's literally anything that I could say that's worse than murdering someone. And yet, I'm the bigger threat to society. Or like people who are literally on camera caught, some guy like paralyzed a woman a couple weeks ago or something, maybe a month ago. And they like reduced his bond. Well, like, they revoked my bond. Said I was mentally incompetent. Like, I mean, it seems like I'm just operating off of a principle that, first of all spirituality and religions talk about these subjects, but I just seem to be dealing with the one that is actually, relevant to our reality. Like, you see the effects of it in our reality, and I seem to be directly associated and connected with it. I think everybody is. I just believe it. And so, that's maybe the first step in seeing it, is believing it, instead of what science tells you, where you gotta see it first and then you believe it. Like the Bible says, you gotta believe it first and then you see it. And personally, I believe I have faith greater than the size of a mustard seed, so I should be seeing some wild stuff. And, I think I do, and I think I deal with the reality, which is extremely stressful. And when this person did this thing that I was talking about earlier today, it's just like more evident about how, like, it's stressful going through this. There's no, like, I can't think that I decided that this was something that I wanted to go through or deal with, right? And yet it seems to be placed on me to, like, go through this, right? Doesn't seem to be something that other people are having to deal with either. Alright, let's do this thing where how many times have I come out here and started pressing down into my right leg and then, flaming activity, super intense. So let's just see, right? I mean, I would think the stuff that was going on earlier might be a good sign, but, redundancy here. To be honest, I almost feel like I should just stop filming and wait until later. Because if this is what's going on now, well, the forecast for 6 a.m. is like, I can only imagine what that's going to be like. But, Been doing a lot more Bulgarian split squats and sit-ups recently. Specifically, I'm trying to work on the right side of my body, and I think this leg has a lot to do with it. I pretty constantly talk about. I mean, maybe I'm facing this camera the wrong direction. I will say the GoPro's already looking the other way, and I don't want to miss something that would happen this way because I don't have a camera looking that way. But here. I think most of the lightning seems to be coming from that side now again. I went north and then oh. It was like day by day, little by little. My right leg's getting stronger. The right side of my body's opening up and getting stronger. Here, why don't we check? Oh look, the rainbow at Kilauea. Like it's raining a little there too. The rainbow. I'm gonna go to Houston. Let's see. Okay. I mean, looking at that, it looks like the lightning was like just over this area specifically. I mean, like it, it was obviously it's going north, but it's like that it picked up significantly around here. And I don't know, this only goes back to 1055, but no, it only goes back to 10. But and it looks like the lightning kind of chilled out once it passed this area. Like it's still going on a little bit, and then it chills out. I mean, it just seems like too obvious, right? It's like I'm running, like I said, a secret lab almost here, or a not so secret lab if I'm on some kind of Truman Show. But it's like a lab, right? And if I can prove out that Yahweh does exist, whatever it is that's like boxing me in a way that shouldn't be boxing me in, like not operating in my interest, or something that's taking the agency from me, Matt Wilkins, and not allowing me to like reach out and communicate with the people that I'm trying to. Like it seems like someone might have been just like banned. Like people's digital footprints are not like I get a filtered version of the internet or something that I'm not allowed to see the real version. Maybe supposedly, one of the things is, I mean, people can pretend like they're trying to protect me. Problem is, it seems like Yahweh is pretty angry, and to me, that's an indication. Well, it doesn't. you're probably not trying to, like, that's a good excuse that you have, but it's like causing discomfort and problems for everybody, and it doesn't seem like it's actually for me. So, right? Like hypothetically, Alessandro Ambrosio is trying to reach out, just like the person that um, it seems like had their YouTube banned after in my private story I said, "Hey, reach out and contact me." And then I had a comment that I couldn't see, and then their account seems to indicate that they're banned or something. If that's because someone's preventing me from dealing with people, again, my point is like, Yahweh will make it everyone's problem. Because I don't think it is to protect me. I think it's to take my agency away from me. And like, dehumanize me and make me feel bad. All the other stuff that I said, it feels rapey, honestly, to me. Like, the whole point is to like take away my manhood. Something like that. In the sense, like, what I'm saying about sexuality and, like, first of all, what I'm saying about religion, what I'm saying about sexuality, and, like, how red pill seems to, like, make some points reasonable, but it's like, this is better explained biblically, and, like, there's better biblical ways to deal with this. Like, most of the alpha men from, like, pickup and red pill stuff seem like, I don't know, it seems pretty beta to me. I mean, I'm doing air quotes and stuff. You can't see it on iPhone video, but like there's the Proverbs was written by a guy who had 1,000 wives or 1,000 women in his life. How 300 wives and 800 concubines and however many virgins or whatever. I mean, and so I think he's more alpha than most alpha men could ever claim to be. If the idea is like, your sexual prowess or most guys are in the red pill stuff are like, yeah, I slept with this many girls. It's like, okay, well, Solomon had a harem. And, like, my whole point is, well, why can't I have a harem? Why not? Even if I'm just asking this to challenge the way that we deal with sexuality now as a society anyway, because it seems broken beyond belief that people are just in serial monogamous relationships. And, like, I saw something today where, like, this girl, couldn't literally even comprehend or calculate the fact that this guy was, like, had any thought about her body count as far as sexuality is concerned. And she's, like, so in fantasy land where your actions aren't connected to your reality that, like, she's like, I just look past that. And it's like, well, I mean, she's, like, saying, well, like, I just judge people as they are as a person. And it's like, that is how you are as a person. That, like, tells a lot about your personality and, like, your value system and your ability to judge people and your ability to judge what is right and wrong and helpful for yourself and, like, all this other stuff. And, like, this guy isn't even, he's like, I'm fine if there's a body count, if the person has a body count, like, I wouldn't want my wife to have, like, a body count of more than, like, 5 to 7. And the girls are literally laughing. And it's just because they stopped caring so long ago, like, it's, like, naive to them. My whole point has been, yeah, like once our society doesn't, I think a lot of men would like a virgin wife. You know what I mean? Or something. I don't know. They want something where at least this reality is explained well. And like the problem is in our reality currently, women are like, I think the older women that have gone through this stuff, who've like already lowered in a real world what their market value would be if sexuality was engaged properly, they just get like they are incentivized literally to like not teach younger women what reality actually is. They're incentivized to like get younger women to make bad choices sexually and devalue themselves faster than like, you know, as soon as possible, because it lowers in a real world, like most guys are just like, no, that makes me feel uncomfortable. It like affects me emotionally, it affects my feelings. Any guy who it doesn't affect is like reasonably a sociopath, or like, you know, going through some stuff. I don't know, he doesn't actually care. And like you don't want someone disconnected from the reality of the situation that much. Like I'm so connected to the reality of the situation. You see what goes on around me with everything. I mean, obviously, again, if I feel like I'm on some weird kind of Truman Show type thing, like Truman Show 2.0 or something, that like you can see that it's not a normal thing going on around me, and yet people want to like they try as hard as they can to like make it that way, because I guess because I make too much sense out of reality. And like I'm saying with the women thing, well, there's a bunch of women who are invested in like getting younger women to degrade themselves and lower their market value as quickly as possible, so that their value isn't like a light isn't shined on how vapid and pointless their lifestyles are, and how honestly, like, you know, I don't want to make this just about women. Men are like, you know, a lot of the stuff that I see in the red pill stuff, I'm just like, God, this is stupid. Like, it's exactly what I was saying earlier. It's like beta, even though it's supposedly alpha, because all this shit is made up. But, you know, there's a reason Jesus says, I am the Alpha and the Omega. I'm going to talk about Solomon having a harem. And I think, again, the point that I was making is Jesus comes back to 144,000 virgins, first fruit. Like, what are we going to pretend? Like, yes, people just pretend like that doesn't actually have to do with 144,000 virgin women. It doesn't use the term virgin for anything other than virgin women in the New Testament or Old Testament. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's coming back to 144,000 virgins on Mount Zion. And that it's not like... I mean, it could be somewhat symbolic, but I think it's just read it on its face value. You think these, you know, like, the Muslim fundamentalist terrorists, or the Muslim terrorists who do stuff and they, like, thought they were going to get 72 virgins. Well, double that and you have 144, and then multiply that by 1,000, and you have Jesus coming back for that many. That was his martyrdom. That's what him being a shaheed. No, he's not a shaheed for some fake Allah. He's a shaheed for Yahweh, the real Elohim. But anyway, it's starting to come off as ranty, but I was already like, again, just stressed before this all happened, and like, when I had to keep things in, and like I could see that it feels like what's going on in my head, you can see the results out here, you know what I mean? Like, how I'm feeling seems to be what's going on as far as Like if I'm clearly stressed, I mean, you heard like an insane lightning storm. And again, my point is like, heck, it's more than just the weather. I think there's a lot of things that are reacting like this. Like, wasn't there an earthquake in Turkey? And like, the volcanic stuff that you can see on film when I do stuff, and like a volcano on the other side of the world seems to react instantaneously, and yet people are going to pretend, like literally people pretended that wasn't happening. It's like you can see me sit down and I like look up, I'm looking at my phone, I look, and then I'm like, look, something's going to happen. And I make a post. As soon as I make the post, instantly, like it looks like I triggered from my phone the volcano to do something. You see when I explode in that video where I'm screaming about Stephanie Houston, or like El Popocatépetl in Mexico blows up. Like right when I blow up, right? And like, you know, some of it is like trolls try to get you to do this kind of thing, right? And they get something out of it. So generally, it's in my interest to just like, I get what's going on and like, okay, whatever. But you know, at a certain point, like, I'm human, right? It's like, people want to be denying my humanity. Well, am I human or am I some kind of deity? Okay, well, like neither of those things are seemingly being respected if I'm either of them, right? Again, I think I'm the guy who conquers at the seven churches of Revelation and is granted the prizes or gifts of the seven churches, including the one that grants the person to sit down on the throne of Yahweh. But, you know, people want to, like, even people pretend that isn't what it's talking about. It's like, it doesn't make any sense any other way. This makes so much sense. It's hard to believe no one else brought it up in 2,000 years, you know? Okay, I think I'm going to end this video when this gets to 30 minutes. And I'll have plenty of footage. I mean, it'll be like at least an hour and a half, and then you know, I'm gonna go get the GoPro 2, and I'll be able to sync these. But I just, I mean, I think we're gonna get more probably around 6, and I'll probably just record that on that or both of these. But I'm not gonna do the GoPro outside during that period, just because it's a lot of work to like do this and sync it, and having multiple videos and then timestamp. I mean, I literally put hours in to make this like so understandable. At some point, though, I'm going to have just a highlight reel where I can literally take every instance and, like, you know, I think there's going to be an extreme and obvious instance where basically you might as well say I just pulled lightning down from the sky. At that point, even though I think I think what you saw today is just like, okay, yeah, it seems like it to me. Again, you even see, like, the lightning on the thing, which again, I don't think we were supposed to have particularly that much storm stuff. It looks like it happened like right like this. I mean, it was like right over us is where it got really intense, and now it's kind of dissipated. At least it's not at the same level it was. And you know, as much as I'm saying this, it looks like we're about to have something come in from the west. So maybe I do just leave this on and yeah, maybe I do just leave this on. And you know, I have a 1 hour. The initial video from the iPhone is just going to go up instantly, and then the other stuff will I can clip together later. Oh, I started like shivering when I was out there. That was it's 59 degrees and their rain just made it like that much colder. So, and the camera got a little shaky. Because I was standing up on the balcony. Here. I'm gonna go outside and check on that other camera real fast. And just make sure that the screen is not messed up and you know, that it's all good and focused on the right area. And I guess I'll take an extra battery just in case I need to change it or something. I'll be back. It's a full moon tonight, right? this. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. There seemed to be some lightning with it, and it looks to be tracking towards our area here. So, yeah, we'll see what happens. Also, okay. By the way, I lift this up so that you can see better what's going on over here. But all right, rain's picking up a bit. I had just pushed in on the right side. Like some of it is engaging the right pinky, seems to be unable to exert like outwards and you see stuff. So the right pinky toe, the right pinky finger, like the right side of my face, like engaging it. Last time it felt like it took a while, but like an electrical storm popped up seemingly, you know, there was a bit of lightning flashes and I was doing this kind of thing, and then something like, it looked like just came alive, you know what I mean? Like like it looked like I had to build something up, and then you saw it after being patient and taking some time, and it was like, and the conditions were like right for it, and so it was something that was able to manifest. Here's a thought that I was having earlier. A little bit of God-given wisdom, true wisdom from God, specifically Yahweh, Yah. With that wisdom, with that true wisdom, a little bit, just a little bit, I think you could subvert and defeat a near infinite amount of intellectual capacity and capability. So, if me, Matt Wilkins, Yoda, if I'm a fool, right? In the sense, like, that's how, I don't think of myself as insanely intelligent. I'm not even very good at math, to be honest. I'm not even good at my own namesake. Matthew? Like, I can't do math? What? I can do math. A bit. But I am math. That's a joke, but maybe not really. Maybe it's a yoke. If I'm being as unintelligent as I am, as like average as I am, I mean, I think, because I don't think I'm completely stupid, but I don't think I mean, there's clearly superior intelligences, in my opinion. A lot of them. Like, I mean, I know a lot of people that are maybe more academic or book smart than I am. Better at physics, better at math, better at programming, better at geology, better at geography, better at, you know, I don't want to name everything, but there's some fields that I like either talk about, like a lot of the stuff that I talk about. Usually I'm pretty middle of the road and everything, right? But I really believe in Yahweh. Like, I really believe in Yahweh. And that Jesus was Yahweh. And that there's a part of the story that seems to have been missed by a lot of people, and that seemingly being someone who's engaging the story as it actually is, I'm able to see that the name Yahweh is important, and that, there is something spoken of in the first 3 chapters of Revelation that I think is like a challenge for somebody, and I'm willing to take on that challenge, and I think I'm the one that is successful and victorious at those challenges at the churches of the 7 churches of Asia. So I think with just a little bit of wisdom, God-given wisdom from Yahweh, being very fortunate in that fortune given to me from Yahweh, I'm blessed in that regard, right? And I believe that Yahweh is the one that blesses me. I think with a little bit of the wisdom, like what it talks about in the book of Proverbs, I think with only a small amount of wisdom that's actually truly God-given from Yahweh. I don't have to have like buckets of it. I don't have to be completely loaded up on it. If there's a greater wisdom, Jesus says a greater wisdom, like he's a greater wisdom than Solomon, right? Even more to my point that I was making earlier about him versus Solomon. But that with just like a little bit of the wisdom that Jesus had, I don't even have to have all of it, right? I think he had a lot of it. I don't have to have nearly as much as him, I don't think. I just have to believe in him and Yahweh, and that he was Yahweh, and that I can be on the throne with him, and that I am the one who is successful at the 7 churches, and maybe other people are too, but I'm the only one saying it, so. And it does seem to be for one person, so. Probably what would happen is you would say it, and then the stuff like I'm talking about where people would test you. They don't even know if they believe in Yahweh. So they don't, who's this guy claiming that he might be on the throne of Yahweh or something? And then, looks like Yahweh's manifesting himself. I mean, at least something connected to Yahweh is. If I only have a little bit of the wisdom I think that Jesus had, I think that I could subvert and defeat. And it's truly from Jesus, truly from Yahweh, right? The wisdom of Yah. If I truly have that, no amount of intellect could defeat that. Like, it would always be able to subvert and defeat. Probably an infinite amount of intellect, right? Hypothetically, there was like a very, very, very intelligent computer with like stupid amounts of resources. 100%. Yahweh has all sorts of options. But he could just give me, like, part of it would just be giving me a little bit of wisdom, right? Just a little bit. And maybe a lot of belief, right? And can subvert what appears to be like infinite intellect and magical prowess and whatever. So I was having that thought earlier when I was outside and saw some interesting. There's some like flashes right as I was thinking it. It's like, I'm talking right now, so you have like almost like you know, when you have an internal monologue in your head or something, you're thinking to yourself, well, like, when you see me talking, and I'm like behind the camera here, and then you see stuff, but you don't really see me, but you see the stuff going on, it's like that in my head, right? And so when I'm having that internal monologue, and then I see something, which happens a lot, it makes me think that what's going on up here, especially when I start talking and then it really picks up outside, is like clearly, you know, I should believe it and that it's probably objectively correct. And that if there was something trying to lie to me and fool me, well, I'm gonna believe the thing that seems to control nature than some snaky ass people that are trying to subvert me, and they're trying to do it through intellect and cunning and whatever. But like no amount of any of that snaky whatever, nothing. Be the dragon, let alone a snake. You be the dragon. No amount of that can beat just a little bit of wisdom from Yahweh. I mean, truly. And me, little old me, could subvert a giant machine that maybe was even pretending to be some kind of deity. You know, that's my whole thought is that's what I think Satan does. But like, Satan can't pretend to be Yahweh because it undoes his nature, I suppose. I don't know. Or if he was, it would be, you know, very problematic. If it was proved out that he wasn't. But that doesn't seem to be the case for me, right? Looks like exactly the opposite. It looks like it's manifesting exactly like I'm saying. It's just going, it's not going 100 miles per hour. It seems like it's going uncomfortably slow. For me, it's not particularly comfortable, but, you know, I deal with it. I can see that there's a benefit. Like, I see that it probably even gets harder, but that, you know, there's no turning back, and there's also, you know, on the other side of whatever this is, heaven, literally, and like the highest ranking place in that place, you know, highest ranking position in that place. So I can deal with some amount of discomfort. But again, you saw, like, clearly stressed out, right? And like, looks like that manifests outwardly. Even if I try to hold it in, right? And me just talking explains what's going on, right? Because I can't, you're getting my internal monologue outwardly now, right? So what's going on in my head, now you get it out. And you can see it, and you can see how it matches up with seemingly angry deity things going on in nature. And like, again, am I saying Matt Wilkins is deity? Probably not, right? I do think Yahweh is, and that seemingly I'll make Yoda one, and I'm definitely Yoda. I was even Yoda before I was Matt Wilkins. That's literally what my parents named me. And in Star Wars number 8, they did give Yoda lightning power, so I mean, come on. But, you know, I've already talked about the 7 churches thing. That's what I think it is. I think I'm the guy that figured it out, but I'm still a guy, right? And I think that's the idea of Jesus. Well, Jesus was just a guy, but he was also Yahweh. And being that he sits at the right hand of power, and I think the idea is that I'm sitting with him, gonna sit with him, something like that. And I think the idea with the whole right leg, right arm, right eye fit stuff is probably the unlocking of the scrolls is unlocking the right side of my body or something. Maybe the conquering at the 7 churches is like the conquering that Jesus does at the 7 seals, and so that's the whole sharing the throne with Jesus thing. If I'm angry at you and I come off as angry and you didn't do something and you can prove it out and like you point me to who did, and so I can know, right? Then I'm the one who say, okay, my bad, right? But then, just a person who happens to, I think, sit on the throne of Yahweh with a little bit of wisdom. Not very intelligent, but one of the things that wisdom comes with is like understanding that the counsel of others is valuable, but also that ultimately you don't want your own opinion subverted. You don't want your own opinion, but your own perspective. Like some of this is we as a humanity, right? We're going somewhere. Like I think the idea of the book of Revelation is that there's a singularity and we're going to where it says. But before we get there, and that it's actuated in reality, like Daniel talks about seemingly what's like a court case or something. And like opinion is decided in the favor of the Ancient of Days and the one like a Son of Man and the saints. And whoever was the dragon or whatever is going on, they lose some kind of case. Like the books are open, it's decreed, and then it's decided. I'm assuming I was attacked by something. I have all sorts of ideas as to what it could be, but that maybe it was illegally allowed to do so, or that it operates, I guess I was attacked by a sovereign of another nation. What could I do to the sovereign of the other nation other than if it was literally Yahweh on the throne that they attacked, or the guy who was going to be that, and then, you see what's going on, right? When I say that, but it could be, was I attacked from something out of Houston? Seems to indicate, like, Satan's in the same locality as the person who's going through the 7 churches thing. So is someone in Houston, like, endowed with some powers that they probably shouldn't have by something that they've been stealing from me, and it's causing problems for everybody, and they're actually just a snaky fucking person, not, Yahweh on the throne, or the guy who's literally in the Bible to be Yahweh on the throne. And so, the book of Revelation seems to be them being defeated in the few years that there's like a struggle that goes on for a bit when it starts to manifest out, like, in reality, like I'm sure you're seeing. It's probably weird to be watching a video and the guy's talking and like the weather's reacting. That's probably weird. I get it because it's weird for me. Except I believe it because I can see it, and I also feel like something's going on that I can feel around me. where I'm being watched in a way I shouldn't be. I'm being like antagonized in a way I shouldn't be. Like this thing with this person who did this that I unfollowed today. You know, it seemed like the whole point of it was to make me feel uncomfortable. Like, yes, they are clearly watching my private stuff and everything, and that they're trying to antagonize me and make me feel uncomfortable. I don't know exactly for what reason, again, because I don't think I've done anything to them to, like, in fact, I don't think I've been anything but nice to them, so I don't quite understand why, but I know a lot of people are broken by this world, and, like, and I also know that I'm pretty sure part of the idea of, you know, Revelation seems to be like something evil, like something terrible, is trying to like take control of the human machine, our world, and like it operates through people. And it's willing to subvert everybody and hurt everybody to get what it wants, and it doesn't care. And it's already stole it away illegally. You know, that's, again, what I'm thinking is going on. And that probably me bringing it up here is, like, pointing out, like, hey, this happened, and it shouldn't have, and it's wrong. And, like, whatever they're doing is hurting everybody, right? The whole point of Revelation is that it ends with the kingdom of heaven. It's a revelation of the manifest reality of Yahweh and Jesus, and no academically serious scholar doesn't believe Jesus wasn't real. It's whether he resurrected or not. And the whole part of that is the resurrection is the thing that gave Yahweh, or like the thing that's in charge of the saints, it gave that entity, that person, that being. I think it's a spirit and then it operates through people, but it gave that power over life. So you could have infinite ability to kill people, but the thing that has the ability to raise people back to life, because it's life, has both the power of life and death. And the second death. But that, you know, that thing that wants to hurt people, not the thing that is life, but the thing that's operating that seems to be death and associated with that. And like, you know, some people like, yeah, death, man. It's like, okay, the second death is way more hardcore than the first death. It also kills the first death. Like, you know, this character, Death, who, I mean, it also seems like one like a son of man sitting with the sickle and like the white robes. It seems like, you know, Death kind of stole like that IP and like inverted it in like color scheme or something, and then put on a skeleton form and, oh no, I'm spooky. But, you know, it definitely sounds like Jesus, or the one like a son of man. So anyway, the point with that is, like, I was sitting here and thinking, this is a real thing. Like, I'm sure that, you know, sometimes it's very, like, the hyper-reality of it, where it's like, oh, this is real. Like, as much as I feel protected and like, okay, I believe I'm in the right. I think I can logic out how I'm in the right, and I think that you see Yahweh manifestly react to me, proving it out. And like supporting my statements. But sometimes it's intense to think like, yeah, this is real. Like, it's like life or death. You know, you think about, that's something you really think people shouldn't think about in like what should be a very protected place and whatever. But you still do, because it's just the reality of it. One singularity ends in, we don't die, we go to the kingdom of heaven, everything's perfect. There's no more sadness, everything, there's more than enough resources for everything. Sure, we move past, I think we get superpowers, but in the least it's like a singularity where it looks like we get off, this world or whatever. Again, I think if we had superpowers, we'd just zoom, like whatever. What is distance when you're like, I don't know, some kind of advanced being? Okay, I don't think we get that in whatever number of multiverses or realities or reality tunnels, if we're going to go with Timothy Leary, Robert Anton Wilson speak, or whatever we're seeing, whatever model of reality we're drawing that's not Yahweh, right? So personally, I'd like to go to the place where I don't have to worry about dying, I don't have to worry about my parents dying, I don't have to worry about my family dying. Death is defeated. Everything is peachy from that from that time on. Where we don't feel bad, we're not diseased. We're not diseased, right? But we're not diseased. We don't get sick. Again, I think we have superpowers. When it talks about glorified bodies in the Bible, I mean, Jesus came back, he had holes in him. I mean, come on. I mean, I don't think things are going to work the same way once Yahweh, kingdom heavens the world, once we hit that singularity. And it seems to have to do with some kind of court case, right? I think I might end this here very shortly. Let's see how much time is left. I mean, not how much time is left, how much time is elapsed. Let's look. If it doesn't look like we're going to get anything in the next few minutes, just in the video here. I can start it up again later. Not sure we're gonna get the same kind of lightning. I don't see as much lightning in the area. Though I do see lightning. It looks more like the green. There's not as much lightning in the green area. Obviously, you can see some flashes, but it doesn't seem to be like what had sprung up around us earlier. Around me earlier. And then I'm recording it, so you get to tag along. Okay. Okay, it's 12:06. 20 minutes exactly now. I think I'll give it a couple more minutes. I'll say some closing thoughts and then I'll be done and end these videos and go get the GoPro. Or maybe I go get the GoPro first and then end these videos. I don't know, I'll figure it out. Okay, so I guess closing thoughts, like for this video, because again, it feels like I'm on the Truman Show and like y'all just watch through like the live. So, but for this video, for my purposes, to make whatever content I'm gonna make, just trying to gather my thoughts. I was watching a video and I noticed this with, these are two obviously wealthy individuals, right? And in whatever reality that I'm watching, they are considered wealthy individuals. But Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg. And like, I noticed in Elon Musk's interview with Joe Rogan that he was very measured in his speaking. And I also recently saw an interview with Mark Zuckerberg and I guess Lex Friedman. Though I had seen it before and I think it's an older interview, obviously the Elon one is. But these guys, like, when they took time to consider what they were going to say, like, first of all, it's noticeable. And like, even someone that I respect as a commenter on like Christian apologetics, as far as, you know, I think it has valuable Christian apologetic content and generally does a good job, is David Wood, and I saw one of his apologetics roadshow videos where he like watches this interview where Mark Zuckerberg makes a comment about, you know, creating things because, you know, something along the lines of because that's what God does, and, you know, being that he's Jewish, right? He's talking about Yahweh and Yahweh being the creator and like creating space for humanity to exist and do stuff, and like he feels like, it seemed like he's getting over the idea that he feels like participating in that is like something that is connecting him to Yahweh or to God, whatever. He's the creator. Again, I think he's Jewish, but Jewish people modern day don't say Yahweh, and you know, there's like a blasphemy law if you do. So it's not really enforced these days, but I think it's like, it's not kosher, right? But that's not actually it's not in the Tanakh, or it's like an oral tradition that isn't valid. I mean, based on, if you just read the biblical narrative, there's no, like, the name is used more than anything. So the name Yahweh is constantly used by people from every level. But okay, back to this, the Zuckerberg and Elon Musk interview. I noticed that Also, I guess one more thing, David Wood. I saw him talking with apostate prophet, and they're doing a thing where they're talking about Islam and there's a number, they had like 10 questions, and one of the questions is something that I've made a video on before, where apostate prophet goes over the name Yahweh, and like David Wood was like, that's not really something that I think of, but it's like a good point. And my whole thing is like, that is like the best point. We follow different gods. I follow Yahweh, you follow Allah. Allah is a generic name for any deity. Yahweh is the very specific name of the true El, or Allah, or Elohim, the true God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and who Allah is based off of, clearly, being that the Quran is like based off of a number of different texts, like the Old Testament, the New Testament, the Torah and the Injil. But it's like, okay, if it confirms those books and then it contradicts those books, and it's clearly way later than those books, come on, why don't we just read the originals here? So, back to Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. They both... Actually, one more thing. So my point is, the name is very important, and I think like almost all Christian apologists should be using like the most obvious argument in the book. Hey, we follow different deities. Just because it's removed from many Bibles and like mistranslated purposefully, because that's a good way that some kind of adversarial entity would remove Yahweh from the equation. It's like take his name out of the thing as much as it can. We follow different deities, and our actual text in Hebrew and the Greek New Testament in Revelation, it's talking about Yahweh. It says Yah. So, okay. So this point about Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, whatever you think about them in any other thing, this is something that I noticed. It's that they very much both took their time. They were asked a question by an interviewer, and they didn't interview her. They did not immediately jump into answering it, right? They like took their time to the point where someone who's normally like, I agree with a lot of the points that David Wood has, but he was even like kind of mocking the time that Mark Zuckerberg was taking. Though, I mean, I guess it's kind of funny. There was like maybe joke about him being a robot, and then it seems kind of like it's just abnormal. So it's like you can make some kind of association joke, but I think it's better. I think that a lot of people, I think this is like biblical wisdom actually, to consider what you're saying. Which is why when I say stuff, like I generally don't say it lightly, though I think everybody gets caught in that trap. I think that it's wise. I think it's you want to talk about intelligence. I think this is more wisdom actually, and to execute this wisdom or to operate in this, you have to have some understanding. Chokmah and Bina, Tabun, Tabin, Bina, Binna. ideas of wisdom, understanding, knowledge, da'at. But that there's like regular intelligence and circumspect and like that kind of thing isn't necessarily the same as these like fundamental like concepts of wisdom, understanding, and knowledge, which maybe are more associated. Well, they are associated with the world, like universe and stuff, the cosmos. They're more like the reality we experience. They're like like intelligence would teach you how to build a car or something. Like you could learn how to build a car. Like wisdom would be like how you should apply the use of that car. You know what I mean? In a way that would ultimately lead to life or like a better reality. And I think in our modern day, we just call all of that intelligence or smarts or something. But that these concepts biblically, I guess these are Kabbalistic concepts, but they just took Bible words that made some interesting geometry out of them. But there's a lot of fundamental value in these specific words, I think. So I don't think it's completely unreasonable. I mean, directly out of the Bible, but it's also not the real understanding of reality. Like you shouldn't use Kabbalah to like guide your, like that's not your guiding light. It's just, hey, these Bible words, know these Hebrew words because they're very fundamental, valuable concepts within the Old Testament and even in the New Testament. But I think that the way that Zuckerberg and Musk were like measuring how they speak, like clearly taking thought in what they're saying. They know, like part of it is I think they know that they're the guest on the show and the interviewer wants their opinion or thoughts on whatever, and so like they don't want to give just off the cuff. They want to kind of think about it for a second, which is, but that this is more just me being spacey. I'm not even thinking about this stuff. So this is not what I'm not doing what they were doing. I don't think. I mean, I'm taking a little bit of thought, but I'm not like crunching numbers in my head. But like, it shows some wisdom to like actually think about what you're saying before you say it. And I just thought it was weird that they were like mocked for it. And even by someone that I generally like respect their like reasoning capability and stuff like that, it was just like, but some of it is also, I think he was doing it for the lulz, which is like, it's kind of tongue in cheek, it's a little tongue in cheek, so whatever. But I don't think he's the only one. Like I think it's just an example of someone who's generally pretty reasonable. So okay, that being said, I think I'm going to end this video. It's like 12:21. I think it's going to rain for a little while more, and then my guess is probably around 6 it's going to pick up. get this one video onto YouTube like that, and the other stuff I can take my time on, like the combined views, this view along with the other stuff, you know, all the videos combined. Here, I think I have good fortune for this. I just, you know. It's from a fortune cookie, right? So, like, I think I'm, you know, just learning skills that might not be super, making videos and stuff, like, but it says the skills you have gathered will one day come in handy. Do I think it's like a magical fortune? Not really. I just, I just, you know, it's something nice to think about. But you know, I had a fortune cookie the other day. That's what it said. So, and that's pretty much where I'm gonna end this video. And you know, I think that the way that I'm gonna put this up is the first hour where I'm outside. I'm gonna upload that by itself, and then the GoPro version, and like a combined version of those two, maybe even with the view from in here. I don't know. And but it's gonna be like the first whatever hour, and then I'll have like a full length, like director's cut with multiple views and stuff, and that one just will take longer. So, okay, well, I hope you enjoyed, and you know, I have no idea. I look at if I'm on some kind of Truman Show thing. You know, I could be talking about Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, and they could be adversarial people. They could be people that are like not operating in my interest. They're operating in very against my thoughts and interests. But part of me is just like, I'm just tired of this all. That I feel like there's just something that's like, well, I can't trust anybody. It's like, well, I don't really trust anybody, but you know, you can't. No man is an island unto himself. I mean, I guess if you're on the throne of Yahweh, maybe you are. But at a certain point, it's like, you know, it does seem to indicate something's come along with you. Like there are saints, the Most High. So, just like, you know, same reason why when I'm like talking about Alessandro Ambrosio, like, okay, you're a good example of someone that it clearly looks like, you know, just like the Stephanie Houston thing, at least as far as, in fact, I'd say it's more obvious than that. Like, or maybe not more obvious, but I think I can connect enough dots along with can clearly see what's going on around here. I mean, I can literally connect enough dots on like I can put together content, which makes it so obvious that it's like, at some point, you know, pulling down lightning from the sky, like, if I did that, like, society would be like, okay, Alessandro and Berger, you're gonna have to go talk to this guy. Like, you're gonna, like, in the least, like, engage, stop lying that you're not doing that, and, like, you know, either stop it or give him what he wants. I mean, hey, but part of my point is, it feels like that's what's, like, the hope, that the idea is to get my hopes up, right? And then, like, the way that something of this works is like to tear people's egos down. But I'm not coming at this from, like, you know, and I'm using ego in this way that is like representative of, I guess, like, who I think I am as a person or something. But, like, I'm not coming from a like a prideful, like an egotistical or what am I trying to say, like, arrogant thing. I'm coming from, like, I think I can prove that you're watching me in a way that you shouldn't be, and I need some answers. And I think I can also prove that Yahweh is pretty pissed off about it, and I'm probably on the throne of Yahweh. And if you are Jezebel, it's bad for you, and you're causing problems for everybody. So, and if you are Jezebel, you're indicating that you're friendly, very clearly. So, indications of friendly and then not actually following through, that's not indications of friendly. That's really snaky and psychologically abusive, and, you know, that's why I would think you're Jezebel. And, you know, same thing like with this, what this person did, where it's very clear they're trying to get my attention by using imagery and symbols that I've used, and it's something that in modern day courts you can pretend like you're not doing, and the court can, there's plausible deniability that you can hide behind, but, like, not when you're manifesting Yahweh pissed off, like, and clearly there's something supernatural going on with the, like, it ain't climate change. If you want to say it's climate change, well, Yahweh's just clearly out here changing the climate. If you want to say it's Mother Nature, then Mommy's home, and Yahweh's pretty fucking angry. So, or I'm angry, and that seems to, like, agitate Yahweh. So, can we engage this rationally? Like, can we talk this out? That's kind of what I'm getting at. This would be a good birthday present for Alessandra and Brio. Engaging reality. Being as it seems like there tried to be something on my birthday last year in order to make me feel bad. Either you're very friendly and it's not to make me feel bad, or it's to tear me down completely, and it's the thing that would make you Jezebel, I think. Or, you know, something close to it. But by Jezebel, I mean, like, there's a character in Revelation that is called Jezebel symbolically, that she's done something pretty terrible to the person who's seemingly going conquering at the 7 churches. And, you know, honestly, I think that's me. So, yeah. Oh. And if it seems delusional, I mean, I can literally make the content. This is the problem. Once I make, I actually think maybe sometime pretty soon, I'm going to make this, like, lightning, earthquake, volcano video that I was talking about, where it's just, like, plus me getting hit by a car, plus just, you know, whatever supernatural stuff. And, like, maybe I can include some stuff where it's like, okay, and this is why it looks like I'm either talking to something inside of people, or they're just doing a really good job lying and pretending like I'm not talking to them. And they're just, you know, being psychologically abusive. and or I guess again there could be something preventing whomever, Alessandro Ambrosio or whoever this person that I'm talking about was banned on YouTube. I guess it could be something preventing them from coming and talking to me. I don't really think that that's the case, but I guess it could be. And I would suggest, though, it's in everybody who wants to. I mean, this seems pretty uncomfortable, like where we're at with this, and it seems like at some point it breaks, right? And I would assume that this storm, and it's only gonna continue to get more obvious, I think. At some point, I feel like people are gonna be like, are gonna force you to actually engage it. Like someone's going to, because you're causing all sorts of other people problems by not doing it. It ain't just one person, but I can give some specific examples that would break this whole shit pretty wide open. So that's why I'm saying these specific people, and again, or this specific person, Alessandro Ambrosio, and I do think I could bring up a number of other people where just having them engage me in any way that's reasonable or rational would like fix a lot of people's realities and lead to a better world and whatever. I think it just seems reasonable if we actually could do some fixing a society here. But like pretending that this isn't happening, not only is it not helping anybody, it looks to me like it's pissing Yahweh off more and he's causing more problems for more people because at a certain point we're being led down the wrong path or something. It's like I think there comes a time when Yahweh's just like, alright, this can't stand anymore. I guess that's what would probably be the 1260 days from Revelation. There comes a point where it's like people have to choose. But anyway, I'm not really going to get into that. I think I've already gotten into that in other videos. Yeah, so, I'm doing this way because you can see I'm on a computer too, but I guess the GoPro's facing this way too, so. Or it's facing this way and it's outside, so it probably caught that. And here's the other part. I mean, I get that if I couldn't prove what I'm talking about, like I think I know for sure I have circumstantial evidence and plausible things that are plausible, and I think at a certain point a pattern of it to such a degree and like a strong enough narrative is like compelling enough to say, okay, there's something going on here, and then that on top of all the other stuff and me pulling lightning from the sky, just like things that I know are like more than normal. At a certain point, something, the weight of just getting everything together, it just becomes like something's gonna break, right? Whatever this silence is over this situation in my reality, whatever this mysterion is. I think that it'll have to be engaged, and it's just probably better if you like engage me now. Like again, I stopped following this person, and like to me, they're clearly adversarial, right? Even if they think that they're not, and what they're doing is in like, I don't know, maybe they've just been abused all their life, and that's what they think good fun is. But it doesn't feel great to me, and seems like a pretty shitty thing to do as a person. And I just feel like that's probably more where a lot of people stand. Outside number, where like, you know, creating a fake reality to try to manipulate me and harass me and hurt me and psychologically abuse me and tear me down and all this stuff. Which is what it looks like to me when there's no follow through on this suggested whatever, and that when I'm being watched in a way that I shouldn't be. So, in a reasonable sense that I shouldn't be, where like, you know, my private reality seems to be Truman showed. So, and like, okay, another thing. I'm looking at all these celebrities. I was thinking about this because I saw that Kylie Jenner was trending, and I tapped it on Twitter, and it's apparently like her and Timothy Chalamet are dating or something, and then I saw like right under it Kendall Jenner was trending, which I don't like. I don't search up specifically Kendall or Kylie Jenner. I don't really like. I don't know. I don't know why it's trending for me. You know what I mean? Other than it seems like something wants to put this in front of my face, like the algorithm wants to put it in front of my face. Like it literally had like only a couple thousand things talking about it when like, you know, other things have like hundreds of thousands of tweets or whatever. But something felt like it should put it in front of my face, right? As far as something to click on. Like if I went to trending, there's all sorts of things that should be rated higher than this. So something thinks that this is something I want to see. But it seems weird to me, like the way celebrities like are empowering this broken reality that I'm talking about, where it's just like they just get in relationships that are meaningless and vapid, and they do it to like boost their. Basically, they get money and attention from it, and you know, it like serves these interests, but like the society at large, like, yo, this is like the way that this is going, it's like it's broken for most men and it's broken for most women. Like I'm saying, most women are caught out and it's not explained to them like, hey, like we live in a world where there's inherently sexual value, right? And like, you know, certain people pay for it just outright, and that's what prostitution is, or to rent like sexual function for a short amount of time. But you know, it used to be that marriage was like and was literally like a long-term purchase instead of a short-term like one-night lease of someone's sexuality. And like it's just the way that we do it now is super broken. And like I think it's important to consider love, but like then love doesn't have anything to do with the social contract of marriage. It does have to do with marriage. Marriage, you don't want like two people who don't love each other to get married, or, you know, whatever, like each other but love each other. And also, there's different terms biblically meaning love, like agape and phileo and eros, romantic love and friendship love and self-sacrificial like love. But like the way we do it now, it's like these people are willing to like profit off destroying what is a right concept of what relationship should be. And like basically from benefiting off of using their celebrity and like showing broken kind of relationships. Like, and my part of my point has been, well, you could have someone come in and fix it and like just basically like you're causing problems for everybody. This is like we're gonna go this way. You don't. I mean, I guess like you live in a society where like you're breaking down certain like concepts in order for you to benefit financially or monetarily or whatever socially or something, but like ultimately it's hurting everybody by tearing this society down. And like so, again, I watched that video and it's like, I think generally men don't want to marry someone that someone has slept with before. They just accept that it's happened because it's kind of the way reality works. And that women, I think, generally are not taught from a young age that they do have inherently like sexual value. Like you're either gonna like date someone and the time and money and effort that they put in and how they try to woo you or whatever, is the amount that they're willing to pay, or whether it's just a one-time dowry like the Bible used to have, or whether it's renting sexuality, which is prostitution. Like, they're ultimately both men and women. But the way it usually works in our society is that the men approach the women with the money and stuff. But and I think that's how it's kind of been for a long time. And I think it's in everyone's interest. Like, this is another thing that I'm looking at Christians and saying, like, yo, I'm so tired of hearing about LGBT whatever outrage that you have. I don't believe you're a Christian if you're still outraged at that, because most Christians I know have more trouble, like, as a young man, finding a spouse, like a spouse that doesn't have some kind of body count or some kind of history that is like psychologically difficult to deal with, so it makes you have to disengage with reality in a way that reality is no longer fun. Like, and like, so even the most alpha male men in our society, like, this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, at least here in the West, men don't really have like just outright harems, right? And like, why not? I mean, just actually, why not? Because this whole serial monogamy thing, I think, partially leads to these weird, broken ideas where like, it's like a race to the bottom in competition, where like women are trying to like, pair up, like people are trying to pair up, and like, it's literally a race to the bottom with like, I don't know, women don't want to get to a certain age before like having gotten married or something, because they feel like then their value's up after a certain point. I mean, a lot of this goes away if you actually engage this in a better way, but we're engaging it in a stupid way. And like, celebrity is doing stuff like having kids with random rapper guy here in Houston, Travis Scott. Like, I'm talking about Kylie Jenner, she's having kids with Travis Scott, and then just like dating random dudes, right? But like not engaging in the type of stuff that I'm talking about, using their celebrity to actually kind of like, hey, this is probably a better way of doing things. But they benefit off like bullshit relationships, and like not living in the light in terms of reality, or like living shitty lives in the light, and like it's just okay because our society is broken, and I guess they're a mirrored representation of that society, so society likes looking at it, but alright, we're starting to get lightning again here. Maybe the stuff I'm talking about is probably real life. You know, I'm talking about when I hear people talk about red pill theory, it's like, this stuff, I mean, I get it. I kind of get it, but you're not doing anything to actually fix the problem. And you're hardly engaging like what men actually want. And I think you're hardly engaging what women actually want. So, like, why would women rather be serial monogamous with men that I can't imagine that they would think that, like, these dudes care anything about them, really. Instead of having, like, I don't know, forming harems around specific men with their friends and just, like, outwardly living that out and, like, trying to mold, like, what men should be. And then men should also have ability within that to, like, show what they think men should be. And I think you'll at least get a better example. I mean, you will get some alpha male assholes who, like, stupid women have decided to empower that person. But I think what'll be outshined by that is, like, someone with wisdom actually doing that. And hey, that's what I've been trying to say here. Someone with wisdom doing that and, like, trying to carve out a better reality for everybody with that, with what, you know, this social empowerment that comes with being in relationships with, you know, the most desirable people in the world. It's like, what did I want? Well, I wanted a wife that wouldn't know. You know what I mean? And honestly, when I was a little kid, I wanted a wife. I knew I wanted a wife, and I knew I didn't want her to have kissed somebody before before she met me, right? And what is our, like, you know, that sounds really childlike and naive, though there is a reason the Bible says one must become like a child. But, you know, I look at this where, like I'm talking about, there seems to be like some kind of, there's a clear sexual marketplace, whether it's like publicly spoken about or not. And again, you take someone on a date on Tinder and you spend $5 on them at the whatever. It's like they've already made the decision, but if you're willing to put in the money to buy them food or something, you get, you know what I mean? You get 30 minutes of their time. I mean, that's basically the modern day form of it, right? Something like that. In Taco Bell, you get some Taco Bell. Taking to Taco Bell, you get to make that taco yell. Something like that. So, you know, I have a lot of thoughts on this, and, like, I just see nobody talking about it in any way that makes any logic to me. And in fact, it looks to me like people are trying to subvert it going the other way and make it like, you know, break down relationships to make society more easily manageable and manipulatable, which is like more frustrating. But you know, like didn't Kylie and Kendall and the Jenners and Kardashians, that's their name. Don't the Kardashians claim to be Christians? I mean, I don't believe it. I don't really believe anybody who's celebrities are Christians, but I don't know. I'm not gonna make a blanket statement completely like that, but it's hard to believe. I mean, you know, I hardly feel like the reality I see is real at all, but. It was the other way. Okay, I think it was that way this time, but I do already have the camera facing that way, so I'll keep it facing out this way, and you know the GoPro's looking that way, so. So like here, if you're wondering what my advice is, I think women shouldn't, like, we shouldn't have a society where basically women are like, where virginity isn't valued at all. In fact, it's like, when I was growing up, like, there's like, I think a stigma where certain girls were like, oh, these guys don't, you know, they aren't attracted to virgin girls, and it's like, if a guy didn't like you and you're a virgin, and he didn't like you because you're a virgin, he didn't care about you, just FYI. And if that's attractive, it shouldn't be, because that's retarded. And it's not prudent. And if you're offended by me using that word, it's stupid. How does that sound? If you're offended by me saying it's stupid, well, you're stupid. Okay. It's a joke, kind of. Not really. society, it's normal to basically, like, women sleep with guys who, like, don't care about them and, like, basically cage them. And so women need to, like, liberate themselves instead of just don't get caged by these guys. Like, I mean, don't get your egos caged by these guys. Like, it's proven not to. And, like, instead of teaching, like, liberation comes through being caged and then not caring that you're caged and, like, you know, being free within that cage, how about you just not get yourself caught in a cage that you could avoid, right? Like a mental, spiritual, physical cage, right? How about we just not glorify that kind of stuff, right? And we make it really obvious, because at some point it's going to be really obvious, and we're going to look back at this time as like a backwards, backwater, unintelligent, like, time where we didn't value something that's like inherently in our nature. And like that we did sexuality so brokenly, and relationships so brokenly. And like, as a young man, where do I get a wife that doesn't have a body count? You know what I'm saying? Like, Fantasyland, that's pretty much the only place it seems like I can in an imaginary place, because I can be like that bus driver song and buy some land in some imaginary spaces and maybe manifest it, but I mean, in reality, it seems like something so, I can understand why in that Twitter post that I was talking about that I liked, I clicked like, I didn't just like it, isn't something I enjoyed, but where the guy's like, he's like a wife who, like, maybe at most has a body count of 7, and it's like, to me, I'm like, I don't even, okay, if I have a harem and you can provide me with, like, virgin wives to, like, not have to deal with the psychological, like, thoughts of you sleeping with other men because it's physically uncomfortable, just like I'm sure, that women feel jealousy too, except, like, I don't understand, like, if you have your friends, you're attracted to your friends, why wouldn't you get in a harem with your friend? Why wouldn't you get in a harem with your friends and, like, support a guy that's, like, a good guy that maybe represents values or speaks on things that you actually want fixed, instead of just serial monogamy with guys that you really don't like? Like jumping from relationship to relationship with people that, like, ultimately in the end to your reality have only detracted from you. I don't know why you do that in this one. Like, it's not prudent, but people don't act out of wisdom generally. So, like, again, my thought is like, can I buy a virgin wife? Like, where are all these virgins? You know what I mean? Where would I have found one when I was younger? Because most of them seemed, even when I was a lot younger, seemed to be like in a rush to get rid of it in order to participate in a society that, by that process, like bonding you with people who cage you, like, it's almost like Stockholm syndrome, but for a society that's like wants to get that out of you and doesn't want to provide the thing that I'm talking about for guys like me, because it's not within certain people's interest to do that. It's like outside of certain bad actors' interest to, like, manipulate this sexual marketplace that most people don't even want to acknowledge exists. It's just like drugs. how is this whole war on drugs working out? Is it working out well? Because it looks like the cartels have a lot of power, and like it doesn't look like it's actually doing anything other than wasting American taxpayers' money on a frivolous thing that doesn't actually help the American taxpayer and criminalizes a bunch of people, destroying their economic opportunity and like the opportunity of many inner city people or just whatever people within the United States that have made bad decisions when it comes to drugs, and doesn't actually try to fix those bad decisions, but just like penalize people, and like it's really mindless, and it just seems pointless because it is. Instead of just putting that money into like fixing things, like jailing people cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, like $100,000+ a year, from my understanding, and even when you're doing it as cheaply as possible. Well, you could just house. There are people that you could literally put into luxury housing and that wouldn't be like in deciding to do this kind of stuff. Like you could literally spend $2,000 a month and you're still not spending $100,000 a year. You know what I mean? And like, that you fix a lot of the problems by actually providing for people in society instead of like criminalizing pointlessly uncriminal activity, really non-violent activity. Same thing with prostitution. By maintaining illegality in prostitution, everybody gets hurt more. Like, you need to figure out some way to mitigate what's going on, because it's not like people aren't going to do it. You know what I mean? Prohibiting it and creating the laws around it doesn't actually yield the desired results, which is less prostitution. And again, the way our thing works anyway is, okay, well, I'm paying for all this kind of stuff, and you're getting all this kind of stuff, and out of this relationship, I'm getting, like, we're dating, and I'm getting sexual use of you for a temporary amount of time until I go my way and you go your way or whatever, and then at the end of whatever this is, I've spent this much money on this much stuff in order to woo you or provide whatever for you, but it still just ends up being like I give this, you give that. So instead of like fixing our society, like you can only be like single, divorced, or separated. I think you can only really be like single and divorced in our, like legally in our country, even though in reality you could be all sorts of other things. I mean, Israel itself, just by the way, the nation of Israel, the 12 tribes of Israel, are from 4 different women, right? And Judeo-Christian values are like, if Judeo-Christian values are like, some of our founding principles, which they are. We don't live in an Islamic society here in the West, for good reason. But when that almost sounds like something Islamic. Like, I think Muslim men can have 4 wives and as many like girlfriends and by according to Quranic law, as many girlfriends and slaves that they can control with their right hand, whoever they can control with their right hand. Whoever they can overpower, essentially war booty, literally war booty, but sex slaves. Like, okay, so, but in the Bible, Israel, like the 12 tribes are, Jacob spends 7 years working for Rachel, and then the dad on the 7th year, I think it's on the 7th year, is like, look, I'm going to give you, for these 7 years, I'm going to give you Rachel. I mean, oh, big power flash. For these 7 years, I'm going to give you Leah and her servant, her handmaid. So he gets 2 women out of that, like a wife, a higher ranking wife, and a lower ranking wife that basically has to do what the higher ranking wife says. Another big power flash. And then when he works for the next 7 years, he gets Rachel and her servant, right? And I'm not saying that we have to do stuff, and that's Israel. That's where he has 4 from each of those. And are these even power flashes at that point? What is this? I'm not looking, but I can kind of see it when I look over. But I'm sorry, he has 3 children from each of those 4 women, and those are the 12 tribes of Israel, right? And so, like, hey, you know, what is it? Like, this is some weird lightning now. But that's like literally how Israel exists. That's like the basis of Western Judeo-Christian value set, right? Like I think Abraham had more than one wife too. But you know, you bring this up with women modern days, or even men, like people look at you crazy. And it's like, well, wait, what is this serial monogamy when your wife's been banged out by a bunch of men, like, and you're pretending that she's like not, and that this history doesn't exist? It's probably stressful on you, and if not, you're a cuck, which is fine. But if you're not a cuck and you don't want to be forced cucked by men that your wife has already previously slept with, okay, then maybe what I'm talking about is more desirable, preferable as a like societal stand, right? I think people are like an infinite resource. We could literally make as many people as whatever as is required to have enough mates for everybody. But you have to do the actual portioning out for everybody. It can't be like race to the bottom or like first come first serve. You actually have to match people based on who they connect with and belong with and whatever. You know? And like as I'm saying, I mean I think part of the prize from Revelation of being on the throne of Yahweh and like basically being associated with Jesus in the sense when he's like, I'm gonna come in and eat with you. Well, eating seems to be a metaphor or a metaphor, a symbolic way of talking about sexuality as it is in other parts of the Bible, like in like in you know, specifically the Song of Solomon is a good one, but also in the Proverbs of in the Proverbs of Solomon, you know, this guy who had 1,000 wives or 1,000 women in his life plus. But remember, Jesus. My whole point earlier was Jesus has 144,000 virgins on Mount Zion. And the word there, parthenos, in Greek, used for virgins. In the Greek Septuagint, so the Old Testament, and in the New Testament, it's only used of women. Virginity, betula, is only used of women. It's not a thing that's talking about men. And what I hear is like, oh, well, in Revelation it's symbolically talking about 144,000 people that like don't bend the knee to other deities or don't worship other deities. And I'm like, well, it could just say that. It looks like it's just saying Jesus has 144,000 virgins when he comes manifest here. Because what Does Jesus not get to have sex? Is that what you're saying? You don't think he would want to? I mean, he created it, so why can't he? Or Yahweh created it, and he's Yahweh. And that's what I think when it's talking about, I grant you to sit with me on my throne, as I sat down with my Father on his throne, and then says, I'll come in and eat with you, I'll come in and dine. And previously in the seven churches thing, eating and dining seemed to be associated with food sacrificed to idols. So again, I think that, you know, the idea is like someone sacrificing virgins or something. Someone's specifically using sexuality as a trap for someone. Seems like for me, someone set certain traps for me, and they're trying to beat me over the head with certain women's stupid use of their sexuality, which is damaging to everybody. And then at some point, it goes overboard with this Jezebel woman character, and that they do something that, you know, is problematic for everyone, and Yahweh makes it known that it's problematic for everyone, and then he kills her and their children through some kind of disease that he, like, casts her on a sickbed with. Because even though Jesus' whole thing is forgive, 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 what she's done is unforgivable. At least according to the book of Revelation, right? Well, if she actually repented and changed her mind, but considering the whole thing is that she doesn't. And it also says he's going to bring into tribulation all the men that she's doing it with. So, I mean, I have plenty of thoughts on what this is, but I think it's just take it as it is. Like, there's some woman using her sexuality as like a trap, for me, and beating me over the head with it. Maybe it's multiple women, or maybe this Jezebel woman like leads this group of people, the Nicolaitans, or is like a high-ranking person and has taught them to do something which pisses Yahweh off so much he's going to kill her and like take back over control of the world, using, I suppose, certain authority that he's given based on the shittiness of the thing that she's done. Something like that. Just a guess. Seems like a pretty reasonable one based on the text, but, you know, whatever. If you can actually logically provide like a better reading, try. You won't, but, you know, try. It's at least better than what I hear now, which is not much. But anyway, I think I'm going to end this video because I'm kind of tired of sitting here and it's like, we're almost at 2 hours and 30 minutes. But I guess the end of this is like, Alexander Ambrosio, if you are Jezebel, you know, okay, then sucks to be you. And I'm a little bummed out, but honestly, it's only beneficial to me that there is an actual Jezebel. If you're not Jezebel, you should reach out and like actually engage me in the way that I'm asking. Or if something's preventing that, y'all should stop whatever's preventing that because it's hurting people, and whoever's allowed this is going to be more problematic for you than you can even imagine. So, I guess I'll end this with, if you want to join my harem, because it sounds like I'm speaking something reasonable when everybody else is just talking stupid bullshit that doesn't matter, and like doesn't engage reality. And it sounds like I'm trying to fix things that most people don't even engage as the reality of the situation. You know, reach out. Let's get this started. But if not, you know, I'm not here to force you, but don't pretend like you are and then beat me over the head with the fact that you aren't and try to make me feel bad and try to antagonize me and stuff like the person that I was talking about earlier. That seemed to be her intention. Someone that I play soccer with. In fact, I think she's like a semi-professional soccer player, but not here in America anymore. But okay. Guess I've been antagonized, but I mean, I don't think it ends well for you. you just you look like you're in the wrong, and you look pretty stupid when it looks like Yahweh's just directly responding and is like, angry. Looks like. And I suppose that goes for anybody trying to antagonize me in these ways. Because it doesn't make me feel good. I don't think you would like it. I don't think anybody would like it. If you would like it, well, you've probably been beaten down by the system, and you don't know what's good for you. So, by a system, by whatever the world system. But, okay. I'll let this go for like, I guess another, tell it's 2 hours and 33 minutes. And it's currently 2 hours and 31 minutes and 50 seconds. So, do about 1 more minute of recording. So yeah, I guess, if I'm speaking sense and you're a woman and you'd like to join my harem, or you're a man and what I'm saying makes sense, and like, I don't think that there's any supply of people that we can't make more of. So, but this issue has to be fixed, I think, in order for us to get to a better place. So, okay. Just gonna end with, stop whatever's going on with Alessandra Ambrosia. Get her in front of me. That'll be better for everybody. And then that, it's gonna be it for this video, and I hope you have a blessed one later. Yeah. I mean, I'm not lying. It appears like, the one who controls nature itself is operating in agreement with what I'm saying. Else, do I have magical powers that I can manipulate all this stuff in a way that nobody else seems to have or has ever had before, or something like that? Like, I guess the prophets of old in the Old Testament, and deities from ancient places and peoples and stuff. I'm gonna have a GoPro still recording, and I'm gonna be able to. It's starting to lightning a little more again, but whatever. I got hours of lightning. I don't really particularly need every instance of it to show my point. Oh, I had some kind of dedicated webcam thing that you could just always see what I'm doing and what the lighting's doing. Oh, that'd be cool too. But, oh, I hope I didn't record that all in slow motion. Whoops. No, 4K 60, alright. Wait a second. Yeah. So, I just here, I'll even look at it on this computer because it'll make sense as to what I'm looking at. But well, OBS has gotten to the point where the streams don't work, which happens. So I'll just even change it to the Modern Warfare camera, and yeah, since Modern Warfare is not up, you can see. Hey, this is Modern Warfare. Because America seems to have the deity who controls weather living in Houston, Texas. Or in a person who or a person who lives in Houston is on the throne of the deity that actually controls everything. So yeah. Um and at this point I just don't care if people think that I'm crazy or not. Because I don't actually think people think that I'm crazy. I think that you can clearly see some sort of increased incidence of like supernatural or weird kind of like not like everyday type stuff going on around me. Like what people might normally call magic or, whatever. I feel like Moses and Aaron going up against Pharaoh's magicians here. Um, so I'm pretty much gonna. I mean, it looks like there's still more storm activity coming towards us, but it's like down here, and I'm not exactly sure if it'll get to the area. And then I think we're in for stuff much later tonight. I mean, I guess not much later, like 5 hours from now. But um, so I'm just gonna I'll go get the GoPro video here in one moment, or the GoPro moment, and I'll upload the iPhone like 1 hour, the first segment before I accidentally turn off the video, and I also think that one's pretty action packed as far as lightning and everything is concerned, and that would be a good video to I don't really have to add much to that, but adding another view and doing like doing more can't hurt. But it's just kind of stressful. I'm gonna go and check on the GoPro camera. I'll be right back. And then bring the Go. I mean, I'm gonna go get it, and when I come back in, and actually, should I get it? Maybe I just leave it, and since this is happening, like it'll capture stuff, and then I can go get it later because I'm not gonna even upload that one immediately. So I think I might do that. I think I'll just leave it going as long as it'll record, and then when it dies, and I can get the footage later because I'm not even going to use it later tonight. That's what I'm gonna do. Right now, this is transmitting the first hour of that to my laptop, to an external drive on the laptop, put that on the desktop, upload that to YouTube, and I guess I might even I don't know. I'll it's gonna take a little while to process. I'll do some other stuff. I need to have dinner, and right, haven't had dinner yet, and I'm going to. So I'm pretty cold, so I'm also gonna remedy that situation. So can't close this because it's uh, transferring. I guess to end this video, this is where and how I'm gonna end this, but just trying to get it to focus right. I mean, I bring up a lot of stuff that I just don't hear people talking about, but it's part of our reality, and instead of engaging it, we just like pretend it doesn't exist or whatever. And specifically, I'm talking about the harem thing, but you know, I mean, that's just and all that's also a term that I'm kind of using to describe like a specific type of relationship, but like technically a harem is like a house that that those women would live in, not just their relation style of relationship. And I think in Turkish it's called a seraglio, or in Persian. Reading the Book of Esther recently, and it's I don't know if it's used in the Book of Esther, but it's basically about Xerxes and his harem. So and it's like again, that does sound like a if you want to make up for whatever this is that people have like overstepped and are like making me feel bad and seemingly drawing the ire of Yahweh, bring me a harem of beautiful young virgins and Alessandro Ambrosia, and we might be good. I don't know, but that's a start. um, I think at least I'm kind of funny about it, right? Even through the stressful nature of being antagonized, and like I don't feel bad. I mean, I don't feel well. I don't particularly feel good with what's going on, but I also feel like Yahweh will vindicate me, so I'm not so worried about it. I just it's like it is stressful, and yeah. Okay, I'm gonna go start dinner, but I hope you've enjoyed this. It's almost 4 hours long now, so yeah, I'm gonna end this. Hope you've enjoyed, and you know, bring me a harem of beautiful young virgins and concu- concubines, celebrity concubines, and Alessandra Ambrosia's Elven Queen, and I guess we might call it even. I don't know, Beyonce too. You gotta bring Beyonce, and okay, I got yolks. Um, anyway, that's it for this video. Have a blessed one. Later. Yeah.